Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yuri, also known as Terlord, and this is my Darkest Dungeon first playthrough. A little bit of a backstory. I have played this game before. A little bit. I dropped it. It was a long time ago. So, after quite some time, I have decided to actually get back into this game and finish it entirely, meaning main campaign, DLC, everything that this game has to provide. Now we are really far into this game. We haven't been using any guides outside of Wiki for the interactable objects. And we managed to do quite a lot. Currently we are at week 92. We have closed bosses in the original dungeons, as well as cleared the first level of the Darkest Dungeons. The Darkest Dungeon. Now, the thing I'm gonna straight up say from the beginning is, my god, the Darkest Dungeon, if you are going in blindly without knowing what to bring, without knowing what will you have to expect in there, is insanely and brutally punishing. For those of you who know, and for those of you who might not know, and if you'd like to revisit that part, or all of the previous parts, or some of the parts, you can always do that by going to our YouTube channel. There we post basically almost the same content as you see on Twitch, with an exception that sometimes we post their edited videos, educational ones, and like just generally interesting ones that you might want to check it out. Links are provided. But yes, that run into the first level of Darkest Dungeon was... oh, it was so tough. Because I didn't know what to expect, because I didn't know what enemies I will face, what party do I need to bring, what boss will I face, what does he do, what everyone's weaknesses are, what are their strengths are, and... yeah, even up to now I still don't know a lot. We still managed to beat it, but with casualties. Almost failed, but I didn't know what to expect. And with that being said, we will start today's episode with going into the Darkest Dungeon, level 2. Again, we have no idea what to expect. Lighting the way. The creature's gestation must be interrupted, overwhelming the defending force and to illuminate the beacons, force the thing to reveal itself prematurely. Now the goal is to activate 3 iron crowns. I don't know what that means, but it says to light the path, illuminate beacons, to lure something. It's a long dungeon with 2 campfires. I have zero idea what to expect. Like in the first level we faced old and new enemies, but even old ones were something unexpected, like the bleeding guys who were attacking you previously and just like hit you and stack bleed. Now they hit you, they stack bleed, and they stack a debuff on you, which raises your stress level significantly. And the occultists that were stressing you from the back positions are now even more threatening. And there are lots of new enemies, like, holy... I don't even know if there will be, like, the same enemies there, but we'll see. Fine, so... I'm gonna bring straight up Leper. I would also like to bring maybe a level 5 character would suffice, like Crusader. Because also they are stacking bleed so hard in this, not the bleed but the stress, that you'll be amazed by how brutal this is. And we need a Vestal. We have 2 Vestals. I probably will bring her out, level her, and I'll go from there. Yeah, this will be my party. Before we go in there, I would like to start removing some of the negative works for those who will go on the next dungeon. And here's the thing. I also need to beat those Darkest Dungeons levels in one try. Because should I fail entirely and lose like my whole party, you can't even imagine like how much time will it take me to actually bring back all my characters back up to decent level. And we have DLCs also to beat, so that's even more like that's even more problematic. Okay, this should be enough. Let's max her out. And we are starting to run a bit short on gold, which is something not really that great. Okay, so they pretty much have good camping skills. I really need to get those. This should be good. I hope that it is. Let's give them trinkets. Revelation. Talisman of the Flame. Revelation. Minus 100 stress. Minus 100% damage taken. What is this? Well, I have no idea what that is. I will give my healer healing skills, and as well as let's give her a minus stress trinket. Crusader will need unholy damage because enemies there are unholy human or either eldritch. I don't. Unholy, that's for sure. Eldritch, maybe. Okay, Highwayman will get this thing as well. And what should I give to Leper? Probably this. Like, it's 7 HP minus, but... Oh, I also need to level up Crusader. Yoink. Well, that's... That's even more investments into him. Okay, our party is set up. Everything... Hopefully everything is going to be good. Hopefully. You never know. I'm gonna give him Holy Lands because this guy will have to just slide in to get rid of the annoying targets. I might actually just... Yeah, you know what? So that he can... The only problem is that he'll be going sort of last. Yeah, she has quite some speed. Yeah, but that should be good. Okay. So, let's go. You should equip the following trinkets before embarking, or failure is nearly What? No. What? So they gave me those for reasons. For a reason. That's so. Minus 100 stress. So I'll have to sacrifice. Okay, then. Great speed. Okay, and... Well, it's only a Revelation minus 100% stress, and I don't know what Revelation is, so... Oh, well, you know what? I would have to give her different healing. Yeah. Different healing thing. Okay. Yeah, and that's also the problem. If you wish to abandon Darkest Dungeon, someone will die anyway. So, yeah, it's one-way ticket. One-way ticket. Okay. Embark. Oh, wow. There's like a lot of stuff here. I don't know if you need shovels in Darkest Dungeon, so... Neither do I know about skeleton keys. I wonder, will this be enough? And do I need shovels in Darkest Dungeon? Well, I guess I will not gonna get the answer, so yeah, whatever. Let's just go.
The thing has no name, for it needs no language. Nevertheless, those who would submit to its wordless will are rewarded in a fashion. The creature's blessings are as repulsive as they are robust. Twisted, half-human monstrosities stalk the flesh-ridden halls, protecting their gestating god.
I just really hope that we will not gonna face a boss in this dungeon. And just like I said before, this dungeon looks cool.
Madness made flesh. It crawls steadily upward from the pit, supported by the lattice of cyclopean pillars.
Okay, as far as you remember, like previously when we embarked here, the location now is different. As you can see, there are things, hideous things on the walls and in the background. I remember that this guy protects and heals. Those attack and casts their bleed or something like that. Okay, a stun. Wow, we don't do any damage at all. And we miss. Wait just a second. So he also can Oh. Well, with healer, we definitely need to heal up.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay, we're gonna leave this. Oh, but we can't actually. I was thinking about leaving like one cultist.
A powerful blow.
Maybe we can like leave one enemy and start just direct healing procedure. Maybe we will be able to. Let's see.
Press this
Yes.
advantage. Give them no quarter.
Now we can utilize this moment to heal stress and self-heal. Boy, it's actually kind of difficult to kill them, you know. Okay, he will be healing himself, so... it's actually not that problematic. So 15, 13...
In Radiance, may we find victory.
we should be able to heal like one more turn. Okay, time to finish him off.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
And also, we will keep in mind the fact that we have 2 camps, which means we will be able to, if something will go wrong, we will be able to stress heal. But since it's a long dungeon, we also...
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Yeah, they have high speed. And because I had to bring those trinkets... Because I had to bring those trinkets, it's just... there is no way for me to outmatch their speed, nor fast kill them. It's going to be more of a battle of endurance.
Destroy them all. The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Yeah, I brought Leper here. I was thinking about his damage, but more I brought him here because he's another character who can stress heal.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall. The way is lit, the path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
I don't really know where I'm going, so... I'm just kind of blind here.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Wow. Templar Impale... Oof. Oof, oof, oof. They have very good resistances to pretty much everything outside bleed and debuff. I guess we'll just try to hammer down. They also have... they also can move two turns. Okay, now this is Eldritch Beast. Yeah, as you can see, like, they throw variety at you now. Guarding myself. I don't know if you can hear it, but the music is actually kind of good. I guess they are the mini bosses that will go into guard. Okay, let me mark him. Wait, I mark myself. Holy, their damage is actually... I have to at least kill one of them. Wait, what just happened? Wait, don't tell me that if he's holy... Wait, so my Crusader should not stay in the front against them. Otherwise he instantly gets like... Wow. That's what I am telling you, like... But I mean, we have to somehow kill this thing. Oof, this is so rough. And he's missing. Why? And I cannot get Crusader in the front, because if I will... If I will, they are going to immediately stress him out.
Strike.
They can even hit him that.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Well, guess I shouldn't have brought the Crusader here, huh?
Perched at the very precipice of oblivion. The bigger the beast, the greater the glory. Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Can we... Well...
And now the true test. Hold fast, or expire.
Such a great dungeon, isn't it? So much stuff that you can do if you don't know anything.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss. Monster's size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Isn't this fun?
Gathered close in tenuous firelight, an uneasy companionship.
And there's no way we're actually going to beat this. Yeah. And the thing is, those who went in the darkest dungeon, even if you like beat the dungeon, or if you don't, and you go back, you retreat, you will lose your character. And also those other ones, they will not be able to go in it, so... How exactly is this fair? It isn't. Alright, well... We can try, but... I'm not promising anything. This is getting ridiculous. And I have to reduce his stress, because if I want...
Ringing ears, blurred vision. The end approaches.
Because if I want, he will die from a heart attack. Yeah, great. Oh, this is this is legit dumb. Like, back before when I finished like the previous dungeons without any sort of guides, I had the time to prepare, like to learn mechanics, and here you just go and you... Yeah, and the game just will punish you. Yes. Thank you so much. Like, up to this point, the game was good, and now it's obnoxious. Seriously. No, I'm just gonna retreat. I'm gonna kill them and I'm gonna retreat. I don't care who dies. This is stupid.
Destroyed.
By the way, Vestal was also considered holy. Why, when they attacked her, she didn't get stressed as much as Crusader? In Crusader, like 50 stress from one attack. Or how about even better? How about the game will tell me what exactly am I going to expect in this dungeon? Now I'll have to grind. Really. Well, yeah, probably. Yeah, but then again, the revelation hits all of the rolls, so... Yep. No, we abandon quest.
Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
Oh great, it wasn't Crusader who hasn't died, it was actually the leper.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Oh, and I need to sell stuff now. By the way, hello. Hello and welcome. Now we'll be doing a bit of a grind, because we are out of money and... we have to level up squadrons. Actually quite good. Like, even though we lost a bit, it's fine. We will manage to recuperate. It's just gonna take some time. The only problem like I have with all that happened is that previously there was a learning curve. Now there is no learning curve. Now it's mostly trial and error. But okay. I mean, could have been worse. We lost. Only one person was lost. Okay, so we need money, and we need to level up other characters. Actually, I want to count, like, we don't really have a level 2 squadron. We only have like level 3s. so we have a cultist. We can go into the cove and farm it a little bit. I can even go into Champion Cove. Where is the Plague Doctor? There he is. A healer. Because we'll need Blight. And we need a frontliner. Yeah, 2 people with Blight. No. Actually not. Not like this, because then we'll have to waste too much gold. And we need gold. Okay. There you are. This should be quite good. Yeah, we have those who remove diseases. Oh, I want long champion one. Right, so once again I'm gonna give Vestal healing, as well as that's a good trinket for like 4th position damage range skills. No. Stun resist, debuff resist. Actually minus stress, because they will have enemies that apply stress. Yeah, so let's give her that. Oh, actually this is far better. Like, holy, Blight skill chance plus 30, Blight disease resist plus 40. That's quite a good for a shield breaker. But it's also quite good for the Abomination. So yeah, it's a versatile item, so to speak. And Plague Doctor... Plague Doctor, what can we give you, Plague Doctor? Accuracy melee skills? No, thank you. I mean, his skills... Yeah, they do work from a 4th position. No, we'll just give him stun resist, even though, like, they do not really stun there. And I think on minus stress should cover pretty much everything up. And even if we will run into snakes, we will be able to beat them down. Okay, let's go. Food is required, so more food, shovels. Oh, what the? This was interesting. That something like this just popped up. Okay, we should be able to have no problem here whatsoever. And so much food, just in case we'll need to heal up with food. Let's go. So we weren't able to rush.
The smell of
Darkest
rotting
Dungeon.
fish is almost unbearable.
Oh, we also have bonus XP for this quest. Darkest Dungeon just gave us quite a headache. Wait, Abomination, we're gonna move first. I think so, from the stuff I see. Okay, that's too much food, I guess. Okay, it removes a negative quirk. Who has the worst quirk? So yeah, we failed our second run in the Darkest Dungeon. But hey, it happens. But now we know that in Darkest Dungeon we are going to be facing enemies with... Basically, Templars are not that highly resistant to bleed, which obviously means that we will next time we're going to bring characters that apply bleed. And as far as I realize, like, there are three rooms, like the one we faced, so there will be 6 Templars in total. This is actually, like, quite troublesome. But then again, that's what happens when you... When you don't like look at the manuals and stuff like that. You just get punished severely. Okay, we really need to get rid of the gust. because his stress ability is kinda annoying. And we don't have a direct stress heal for the shield breaker.
That cuts on its own. A decisive pummeling. Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Okay, so let's drop... What should we drop? A couple of shells. And go for emeralds. We need gold, this is why we are most likely going to be skipping the rest of the stuff. Okay. Explore 90% of the rooms. I'm not gonna leave that room untouched. Well, thank God he didn't touch that altar. I mean, that nothing has happened. Because so far we haven't even tried to touch this altar. Wiki says that the altar will have a boss fight there. So, yeah. Okay, not the greatest synergy between Shieldbreaker and Abomination, especially with the fact that Abomination outspeeds Shieldbreaker.
Another one falls.
Okay, we're just gonna move forward. Let him sit in the stealth. We'll just apply Blight on him.
Masterfully executed.
Also, the thing that just completely brutalizes you in the Darkest Dungeon, that last dungeon of the game, of the main campaign,
Unforeseen.
is actually the fact that unlike previous dungeons, they do not give you time to
Victory.
get accustomed
Perhaps the turning point.
to what awaits you in the dungeon itself. And because of that,
In Radiance, may we find victory.
you're actually going to be finding yourself in a very sticky and unpleasant situation, especially because if you fail in other dungeons, you just run away. Yeah, you might get stressed, but here you run away and somebody dies anyway. Quite unpleasant, actually. Hello and welcome. We are doing semi-decent. Well, not so much though.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
We tried to tackle the Darkest Dungeon and level 2 and failed. Also, as far as I remember, like on level 1 there were no beasts. But this time those Templars were beasts, so yep.
Compassion is a rarity.
So damage against beasts and bleed is good in the second dungeon.
Continue the onslaught.
That's quite good to know, especially with the fact that we lost our Houndmaster in the first level. Where we didn't actually need a Houndmaster. So
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
I mean, we will manage. We will just have to man up.
The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
We may also just straight up start building our low-level squadrons for the DLC dungeons. In order to not waste too much time. One, but if I would have went further, I would lost everyone.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
It's also kind of bad that you lose like level 6 characters. And not so much like because of only money, but because of how much time would you have to spend to get like proper compositions.
A devastating blow.
But it was unavoidable, like going in blindly in the last dungeon of the game
Faint hope blossoms.
is quite a brutal and a daring action. But we did it anyway, so...
This expedition at least promises success.
Yeah, at least it promises success. We will leave the shovels because we might need
As the
to
light gains
remove
brightness,
walls.
spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay, so another place where we can remove negative quirks.
The light, the promise of safety.
Also, it does seem like in Darkest Dungeons you do not need shovels. And just a small sort of tip
The match is struck.
that
A blazing
shovels
star
are
is
useless
born.
there. And won't do anything special for you. Yeah, I was really hoping that my healer would have a turn before the fish guy, but she didn't. Also, the fact that you have to bring on the second level those special trinket items is also painful, because I would like to bring something that is actually meaningful rather than just a thing, but I wasn't actually expecting them to just do like 16 damage and do like 50 plus stress with one ability.
Their cursed champion falls. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Okay, so we are hunting gold. And actually, no, we'll have to use a campfire first.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
Prevent nighttime ambushes. Okay, so it will cost 3. What's his resistances? Actually, they are kind of high, so we don't need to do that. Let's just remove stress. So we might... Yeah, they are mini bosses. You have to activate 3 shrines, sort of shrines, and in each room where the shrines are, you'll face 2 Templars. They consider to be like big monsters, so only 2 of them will be there. But overall, you'll face 6 Templars. Okay, so we are facing snakes.
Returns even the boldest gaze.
So, snakes, huh?
Horror and torment return for an encore performance.
I'd like to remove the small ones first. Okay, dodge. Oof. That stun is... unexpected. The snakes look cool, though. Okay, I have bandages, so... prompts for me bringing them with me.
precision and power.
It's funny how Little Snake has the highest HP.
Decimated.
Wait a second, I'm getting stressed here.
A powerful blow.
20 stress per 5 rounds. Yuck. That's bad without stress heals.
Impressive.
Okay, Little Snake is gone, and now the big one. I think you're gonna have a resolve check. Yeah, he most certainly will. She stuns everyone.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
No, stop. Okay. Test of resolve failed.
The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
Wait, and he didn't proc Blight. Thank God for a stun. Okay, so she does this healing ability probably like once. And then she can do it? Or can she? Okay, she is going to fall down.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Yeah, so we need to face like 4 more, I believe. Because it's like 4 out of 4 out of 7, as the game told us. Yeah, disarming traps will allow us to reduce his stress meter.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Maybe Shield Breaker is actually going to be useful in the boss battle. Like, not the boss battle, but in that Darkest Dungeon area, level 2. But then again, maybe not. I'm not that certain. Oh fine, I'm gonna throw away food and pick this. Hopefully, I'm not gonna regret it.
The ground quakes.
A Shield Breaker is a good character overall to have. We missed 2 of them. At least we stunned the guy who can protect.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Oh, wait a second. We need to kill him. Need to kill this troll. And we will. I almost forgot about him and then I remembered. Well, wait a second, but he can AoE explode.
Well struck.
So the tank guy will die from the blight. Stop adding extra stress. Just extra stress as my party members.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Okay, get rid of the bandage and grab a ruby. This is the damage buff. Yes, it's a damage buff. Protection, HP, minus stress, crit and damage. High numbers.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
We still got a long way to go. And no matter if we go up or down, we still gonna have to return back.
Curious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Money. Oh, thank you. Hopefully we will not gonna run into Collector. Though we have a lot of blight, we might just decimate him. Okay, so another negative quirk removal. Once again, it will gonna go towards the abomination. Because why not? You have to get rid of both of those trolls.
Ghoulish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
I'll probably need to find myself, like... I do have bleeding characters. Such as... Well, who do I have? I have... Flagellant. And a Helion. Okay, so we're not going into this room and straight up move upwards. Up and right. Because in long dungeons, I believe either 2 or 3 rooms can be left unchecked. We should be able to get a lot of gold from this dungeon. This gold is going to go partially towards buying new gear for, not the gear, but yeah, new weapons and armors for the level 5 characters, and partially for the Novi and newbie characters.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Also, I was impressed that they gave Templars like double attacks. One of their attacks is always going to be the stress attack. The second one ranges from charge, that knockbacks and stuns. And there was attack, I believe, that either blighted or no, it used blight. Yeah, because I was chugging anti-venoms left and right. But yeah, it does seem like this game will not gonna allow me to just finish it without grinding. But hey, at least we know what to expect from the second dungeon.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I wonder whether or not the third dungeon will devastate me even more. And now I know why some people are considering this game to be hard. It's not the original dungeons that are hard, no. It's quite the opposite. It's like main dungeons are not that hard. And then the last dungeon is quite a kicker. Yeah, because even now, as you see, like we went into a long champion cove, and it's not nearly as close in terms of difficulty as the Darkest Dungeon. It even outperforms Wilderness and Warrens. I guess it's supposed to be like that. Because back in the day, like, you beat this final dungeon and it's game over. There is nothing else besides Darkest Dungeon. Now there are like DLCs and stuff like that that prolong your experience, but before it was like, it's over. You finish that dungeon and it's over. There is nothing more afterwards. I'm not that eager to... Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not that eager to remove bleed from him.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
You can get a full scout to see whether or not we'll need shovel. Answer is we don't need shovel. Can throw it away. And the rest is kinda mandatory. Oh, actually, herbs are not. Okay, like, as tempting as it is, I came here for gold, and remember when I said that you have to sort of prioritize? You have to prioritize the... either you will pick up gold or you'll pick up items.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Priority will allow you to grab, like, if you're gonna go for both things simultaneously, the end result will be you get
Annihilated.
you get a crit. Yeah, the end result will be you'll not get nor one thing nor another one. So Especially in champion dungeons, just prioritize. Also, maybe some of you didn't know, but apparently in this game, like, if you lose someone in a dungeon and you escape from a dungeon, you will not get the trinkets that the certain person had. The only way you will get trinkets is if you will beat the entire dungeon. I mean, with the boss and that kind of stuff. And sometimes it's not that easy to do. Yeah, you can stress all you want. I already know that I'm gonna throw them into the stress relief facilities, so... It's not like it's surprising or anything. It's just the thing with Shieldbreaker, especially if you haven't done the quest, like those 7 battles, that his stress is going to go over the top. Pretty much always. After the snake's encounter. I don't know, maybe there are strategies to beat snakes and get like no stress, but then you need to do this
momentum. Push on to the task's end.
In like what? Couple of turns? Okay. Yeah, we'll finish.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
We are not going there, so quest complete. Let's see how much money we got.
All manner of great and terrible things in this watery tomb.
And this weapon is kind of good. So we got almost 40,000 gold. Not bad at all. And we brought him to level 6. In town will only gamble. No, you will not.
A fresh irritant to some. A sanguine memory to me.
Yeah, quite a lot of heroes had died. Pretty late into the game, though. So, actually... do we need those portraits? The answer is yes, we need them. Oh, we can also buy this. Yeah, let's buy buildings. Let's buy this as well. Because mainly because scouting chance. Polio. That's almost all of my busts, but I'm willing to do that anyway. So, yep, we will gonna buy another building, which is for the Bounty Hunter, Grave Robber, and Highwayman. Also, as it turns out, bringing Highwayman into that second dungeon was complete and utter pointless decision because his damage is... like, I don't know, his damage there is so puny. And he's kind of squishy. I probably need to like get a cultist up to level 6 because there were eldritches. And the setup would probably be like what? Houndmaster, cultist, not the Highwayman. Flagellant, Occultist, Houndmaster, and Vestal. The problem then is who is going to heal up stress? They're level 3s. I don't need 2 Grave Robbers, so one can go away. And the one who is going to go away will actually be you.
Slumped shoulders, wild eyes, and a stumbling gait. This one is no more good to us.
I'm gonna bring Flagellant, but as soon as there will be like level 1s, level 2s, not the Antiquarian though, I will bring them into my party. So, where was I? Ah, yes, I wanted to remove his Gambler. Something fishy is definitely happening on the background. I'm gonna stress heal you. I'm gonna stress heal you. Fine. So this is as far as for the stress heal go. Trap disarm chance plus speed plus scouting chance minus HP. What are the good trinkets we can actually get? Accuracy, protection, stress. I might want to go into ruins. Yeah, we already have this shield. And if farming, I will not gonna farm in Wilderness or Warrens. Because those dungeons are most definitely annoying. Oh, actually, can we go into medium veteran? Yes, we can. So why not? Yeah, the setup is going to be pretty much the same as we usually use. Like, there's not going to be... I'm willing to bring the men-at-arms in the front. And in the back line, I'm gonna bring a cultist this time. Yeah, I already have 2 of those shields. Okay, so... doesn't really need damage. just needs those. Where's the stuff that it's against, like Eldritch? Crit, Virtue Chance, Stress. Stun Skill Chance, Damage, Stress. Okay. That's for you, now for you. There was also a Blight. Yes. Oh, wait a second. Disease Resist. Yeah, it's good for him. For the Plague Doctor... nothing special. I usually would like to give him just... HP. Yeah, and I would also need to remove his negative quirks, but not now. Skills are all set up. Are they? Not really. Okay, this is good. And we are embarking into a medium dungeon. So, party is set up. Let's see who can also get his negative quirk removed. Like those worst ones, that should be... I'm actually gonna start to... This is bad, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, so... you know what? Let's go for a long veteran. Yep, why not? And there is definitely something weird going on. Okay, let's move on. And what we will be prioritizing.
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares. They must be flushed out.
What we are going to be prioritizing will be gold, maybe? Ooh, they don't have good trap disarm chance. Very well then. And neither do they have like good stress heals.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Okay. I forgot to change his skills.
And purpose.
let's get him in the front lines so that we can start bleeding him. Not bleeding, but blighting him. I always tend to mispronounce those bleed blights.
A devastating blow. Continue the onslaught.
Yeah.
Destroy them all.
I didn't even give him like a direct...
Precision and power.
Well, he might howl here. Well, at least I can stun him. Ah, here comes the infamous RNG from Occultist.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Oh, he is not dead yet. Okay,
The bigger the
not
beast,
bad.
the greater the glory.
Okay, it does seem like we will be prioritizing gold. Gold, then gold it is. Okay, let me change his skills. More reasonable ones. Actually, that's kind of reasonable. Not the best, but good
As
enough.
the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay. We'll use one campfire.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
And the reason why is mostly because we need to free inventory space because we found a secret room. A secret room, we found it. Which means money. Money means that we will be able to do a lot. Okay, I can drop herbs. I will drop bandages though. Not the best utilization. Utilize of the items, but I'm willing to do it anyway. Wait, so none of them will die. Wait, his dodge is 51. Wow. That's a high dodge.
For death by inches.
Please don't crit. Okay.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
Wait, their dodge is... Oh wait, I forgot, I also buffed it with Campfire and the tactics camping skill.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Well,
In Radiance, may we find victory.
there's a lot of enemies in Cove, just in general. No! Damn it. You missed. But it doesn't matter.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
The one thing that I remembered back when I played this game is actually the fact that I believe Man-at-Arms was able to cast his dodge and stress resistibility more than once. I might be mistaken because it was so long ago.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
Yeah, those battles end pretty fast. Thanks to the buffs and to the blight.
The ground quakes.
Yeah, Cultists just destroys Eldritch enemies. He might be the character I would like to have for the Darkest Dungeon, though.
Another one falls.
Here's the thing, he would be good for the first level, but not so much for the second level, where the enemies are
Disadvantage. Give them no quarter.
more of a unholy, and the Templars are
Powerful blow.
beasts for some unknown reason. They look like scorpions.
Ears. Blurred vision. The end approaches. The blood quickens. Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle. passion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Yeah, he will die from the blight.
And improvement.
Or poison, whatever you want to call it. There's so much money here. Yeah, we don't have item we need.
Promise of safety. Impressive.
Okay, so since we do not have
A singular strike.
any de-stealthing mechanisms in this party, we'll just wait for them to get out of stealth by themselves. Yeah, level 2, like, orange dungeons are long one, boss ones, nah.
Masterfully executed.
Not even remotely close to champion difficulty dungeons.
Decisive pummeling.
And pretty much the only thing you'd have to watch out is
Their formation is broken.
stress.
Maintain the offensive.
Enemies do die fast. And you have quite a lot of room to work with. But then again, I would have preferred to
Champion falls.
not deal with grinding. Like, if you know what I mean. Because here's the thing with this whole grinding. It literally prevents me from...
Laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Okay, I'm gonna toss gold and I'm gonna rely on grabbing some of those rubies and other good stuff. But yeah, I would have preferred not to deal with the grinding whatsoever. And just like went for the DLC. But it's most likely impossible in this situation. Because now I'm waiting for the stagecoach to give me some good level 2 characters.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
With level 2 characters I will be able to try and tackle the Crimson Court Green Dungeon. Because in terms of blood vials and in terms of stability when it comes to buildings and stuff like that, we already have all that stuff. I just wanted to finish like the main campaign and then to go for the DLC.
Another misfortune.
As it turns out, I haven't managed to do neither of those things. thus throwing myself further away from the goal. But I mean, just like I said when someone asked me before, if you play on the second difficulty, there is no way for you to completely lose. Because you lose characters, the only thing that you'll lose is time. And other than time, you won't lose anything. On third difficulty, yes, if you haven't managed to beat the game in 100 turns, then goodbye, start the game again, from scratch. Game over. And yeah, just like I said, third difficulty is, first thing, not for new players. Second, you have to know exactly weaknesses of the dungeons, weaknesses of the bosses, like what should you bring, because you will be on a time clock, time ticking bomb, basically. You can't possibly like allow yourself to go blindly into this difficulty.
This expedition at least promises success.
Okay, so let's see. We do not need shovels. I'm gonna pick rubies and jades. What should I throw away to get jades? I will probably throw away keys. Yep. And yes, leper. Not the leper, but the grave robber for that dungeon was just useless. His damage is weak. He, especially if you have to sacrifice like one trinket and give it to a person, like on grave robber you absolutely need like 2 trinkets. One for damage, one for resistances. But yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna be fishing for Houndmaster. Be it level 1 or level 2 Houndmaster, I'm okay with any of those. I will be pushing him to level 6. Also interesting thing that zombies who cast guard in the second dungeon, they also heal the targets. And previously they were only healing themselves. I absolutely like those one heal procs from Occultist. Okay, once again we throw so much. And we have to complete like... Yeah, we have to go through the whole dungeon, like the whole dungeon.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Because you'd have to finish all of the room battles, as the quest says.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Despite all the stuff that happened, I'm still not giving up on beating this game. Like, no way. Just like I promised, I will be beating this game. With the trial and error fashion. I know that they're pretty much like... People don't usually like to see when someone is grinding, farming. And yes, I get that because it's just repetitive and kind of boring, but it's either this or... But as I said, I'm not gonna use guides, so... I have to do everything like trial and error fashion, so... Like it, hate it, I stay true to my words.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
And besides, like, this walkthrough, I'm just gonna... It's gonna be a proof that
Waiting to be spent.
even a total newbie can beat this game. I gotta love Man at Arms. Just because he's a buff machine. He's a tank and buff machine that can make things different. And quite honestly, like, with the amount of stress enemies are throwing at you in the Darkest Dungeon, I'm still like thinking, is Man at Arms a good choice there? Because he can reduce stress for the battle for like 15% plus add dodge to the mix. So it might not be the worst decision to bring him also. Maybe even put him like in the 4th position and give him that shield. I don't know.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Those enemies encounters will never end. Yeah, but most definitely in the second dungeon I'm gonna be... In the second level of Darkest Dungeon, I'm going to be bringing Bleed. And I'm gonna make sure to give that stress and damage reduction trinket to everyone. I mean, it's also interesting, and I kind of figured it out now, that with the fact that you would have to sacrifice one slot for the trinkets, that is mainly for those Templars, maybe it's not such a bad idea to bring characters that apply damage over time effects over the direct hitters.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue. Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Okay, so this room is where we're going to use our second camp. And there is no way for me to pick gold. Well, actually, fine.
Quickly the tide turns.
Yeah, Plague Doctor, just like I was mentioning before, decimates this dungeon with his utility. With the Blight abilities. The cult is just gonna keep applying more and more bleeds on my targets. I think I lost more HP from my occultist rather than from the enemies.
Just size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Also, like, fun fact about the buffs that have round lasts. If, say, for example, I finish a battle here, but before like I finish, I manage to stack like a couple of those buffs that have duration based on rounds. When the battle is over, buffs are still on me, and if the enemies are like here, this basically means that I can enter the fight with the stacked buff from the previous battle. That's the kind of thing that I learned just recently, and it's actually a good thing to know. That you can just stack up buffs and start the next battle if it's going to be close from that previous battle. Start it with with the fully stacked buff, or partially. Just little tips and tricks that or just like sharing my thoughts and the stuff that I figured out while playing this game. Because do keep in mind that for me this game is pretty much new, especially this far into the game. And if I find possibilities to share some interesting info, I of course will going to do that. Okay, one more blight should do it. Yeah, he is dead for sure. So if it's possible, I'm going to...
so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
If it's going to be possible, I'm going to show you just what I meant by stacking those buffs. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this stack of gold. There is so much in long dungeons that actually in 2-3 long dungeons you can be able to... You can be able to farm enough gold for everything that you'll need. And once again we're going to apply the same buffs. Okay.
Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose.
We're gonna leave this chest alone. So here is going to be the battle where I'm going to show you just how this thing works.
Eradicated.
As you can see, those are buffs that will last that have the duration based upon number of battles that have passed. Meaning that if it says one battle, it will going to wither away when this battle is going to be finished. let's say I'm casting this ability. See what the difference is? It says 2 rounds, meaning rounds like this, like 1 round. It's based like this. It shows you round numbers. Okay, so as you can see, it didn't went away, but those that had like 1 battle duration did.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
And here I'm going to show you, like I'm going here and the battle is here. So we have still like rounds. Battle starts. We still have buffs from the previous battle. It's actually quite useful for you to know this information, especially like if you had this scouting
For the slightest lapse in concentration.
and you managed to see like there will be 2 battles in 1 room, for example. Like not in 1 room, but like here. There was a battle here and immediately another battle there. You can utilize those little tips. It will most definitely be positive for you. More advanced players might know it and don't actually like care about it because they know about it. But for newbies or those who just started to play this game, this might be
So too will resistance.
might be just interesting.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
And besides the idea behind my playthroughs, and not only mine but my brothers also, is to not only comment like on the game itself, but to also just give some useful tips and information that might help others. Sort of educational. Like, even though this is my first playthrough, this doesn't mean that I'm just gonna sit and comment like, well, I press this ability and then I'm going to press this ability. No. It's not that. Instead, I'm just going to focus on, like, sharing thoughts and helpful information that you may utilize or may not utilize. It totally depends on the choice that you'll make. I'm fine with either of those two. Yeah, the thing is about when he guards, he also gets the protection buff. And with the cultist, we pretty much removed his protection buff from him. And at the same time, we also reduced his defense even more. So it's like 9 more defense reduction than he has. Going above and beyond. Okay. Every time he heals Plague Doctor is starting to bleed.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Okay, we will still gonna have a room. Okay, nice. Do 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 do. I didn't decide to throw away herbs, primarily because of the fact that we have quite a low trap disarm chance, and traps in Cove are quite nasty with the debuff that they apply on you. We're gonna go away from this dungeon with pretty much no stress, as it looks like. Okay, and now I can do damage to them. Yay, and crits. Yeah, so he will not gonna get his next turn, because he is going down. Think about a cultist. I don't know, like, if it's really going to work. But the thing about a cultist,
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
and just in general, he... At the higher level dungeons, it's not like you are going to bring him as a main healer, because he alone, especially in the situations where enemies will going to bombard you with AoE attacks, he alone will not going to be able to cover up for all the healing that you might need. So it's basically either setup of two occultists that might work in dungeons where like Eldritches are, or occultist plus Vestal, with occultist mainly being the damage dealer, and Vestal being more of a healer.
At last, wholesome marine life can flourish. If indeed there is such a thing.
So almost 45,000. This is good. This will going to give me some gold that I might need.
The sum. A sanguine memory to me.
Okay, so pretty much everyone, well, not everyone, you also need to do some stress healing. What about you? Wait, she cannot? Why? Yeah, that's why. Then we will remove it. And is there a nasty thing on a cultist? Yeah, kinda is. This does not concern me too much with if I'm gonna take him to the Darkest Dungeon, because there are no interactable objects there. And this is bad, so he'll need to remove 2 of those. Well, not 2 of those. This one. Yeah, so we start to get back the gold that we lost, which is good. Yeah, level 0s. I don't know, like, bringing level 0s, kinda not the thing that I would have wanted to have. They also give us Green Cove. With Eldritch Slayer Ring. For occultists, this is actually quite good. But I only have one, and it's Apprentice level 1, and if I'm gonna bring level 0s there, this is going to end up really badly. Okay, so before we are going to go anywhere, I'm going to use this calm moment to say hello and welcome everyone to the stream. Those of you who have been watching me from the beginning of the stream or just tuned in recently, welcome to everyone. My name is Yuri, also known as Terlord, and this is my Darkest Dungeon stream. A little bit of a backstory. This is actually my first playthrough of this game, meaning that in before I haven't managed to beat this game even once. And to be precise, the farthest part where I got was some of the yellow dungeons in the main campaign, and a little bit of Crimson Court. Just a little bit of those green dungeon Crimson Court. Right now, as you can see, I am so far into the game that basically I'm in those parts that I haven't seen previously. Also, one important information is that I'm not using any guides outside of the wiki for the interactable objects. I'm not using any sort of guides. That's why I pretty much failed my attempts into the Darkest Dungeon, because I go there blindly, and this dungeon just decimates you for mistakes that you are doing, that you will be doing because you are new to this game. So yeah, that's sort of it. Does it? What comes next? Let me actually see. Like, we'll need bleeding there, right? Right. We'll need stress heal, right? Oh, certainly. So what are we bringing there? And also, as the game like said, that those who have been in Darkest Dungeon, they will not, either will not gonna go there. Yeah, so as you can see, he cannot go there. So this means they don't return back to the Darkest Dungeon. Meaning that for them, you can only bring them there once. And it's a one-way ticket. If you beat the whole segment. I might try it again. I do have a healer. Where is she? I do have a healer. I do have bleeding. But what's the exact sort of setup that I'm going to be using there? And that's the big question. If we will use Flagellant and Jester, this will mean that we can go through it. So let's just compose the party that we might be using, like Jester, Occultist. Question is about the front line. Front line with... Actually, she might work there. It's... If you look at this from the perspective, like, what does this give? I have quite a lot of bleed. I also have Flagellant that's also a Beast Slayer. I wonder. She's on Holy Slayer. She's even better there. Because she's on Holy Slayer. We might go there, actually. And I'm gonna just buy, like, everything that I can. The thing is, if it wasn't for those Templars, man, they're so hard to beat. Like, we have to give everyone this trinket, like... It's dumb that we need to do this, but we most definitely need to do this. And they are hitting us with Blight. This... I would like to get dodge, but then again... What's for the Flagellant? What we can actually give him? With Blight and Bleed resist. There are so many variations. Actually, this is better. Yeah. And for the Helion... Bleed skill chance. Her bleed skill chance is 140. What are her resistances? They hit with bleed and other kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm still gonna go with that. You can Teza for you. Can't use Harvest from there, but you can use Inspire Tune. Which is the reason why would I bring you there. Okay, so... Nighttime ambush prevention, check. This is also check. So she will be in the first position pretty much constantly. Okay, let's try it. I don't have any idea like how good this is going to end up, but I mean we have to try. Yep. We don't need shovels. Anti-venom a bit more than usual. This is okay. Actually, we don't need skeleton keys. Yeah, this should be good to go. Right, let's go. Whatever happens, happens.
The thing has no name, for it needs no language. Nevertheless, those who would submit to its word, this will, are rewarded in a fashion. The creature's blessings are as repulsive as they are robust. Twisted, half-human monstrosities stalk the flesh-ridden halls, protecting their gestating god.
Right, Darkest Dungeon, 2nd level, attempt part 2. Take number 2. Yeah, just move to the right.
This made flesh. It crawls steadily upward from the pit, supported by the lattice of cyclopean pillars.
Wait, it's the same enemies, huh? Their bleed resist is high. And this is a pillar.
Devastating blow.
Okay, should we go for a stun? We should. We should try at least. Hit or not doesn't really matter.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Okay, even if our HP will drop, we can still heal.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
Yeah, they do a bit damage, but it's obvious. Okay, keep her stress as low as possible. Let's do some direct healings here. Yeah, his HP fell low enough. He'll be able to utilize his healing ability on turn afterwards.
Impressive.
Good. Wait, so he can even
On its own.
hit the back line. Stress is kind... I need to take it slowly and try to maintain as low stress as possible.
Press this advantage.
Holy.
Give them no quarter. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Let's regen some HP with food. Okay, we shouldn't run into fights if the layout is kind of the same.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
We'll face the boss soon enough.
The way is lit.
Yeah, the monsters are the same,
Require only the strength to follow it.
like the previous run. Okay, I would like to get rid of the malignant growth. Malignant growth, yep.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
And let's stun the
In Radiance, may we find
cultist.
victory.
Oof, the bleed is strong. Actually, I can allow myself to just try and heal up.
Death waits for the slightest lapse in concentration. Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Hopefully those crits aren't just lucky one-time crits, and we will get more.
A death by inches. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, the boss was down there. The mini-boss. I think we'll just need to use one of our firewood. Yes.
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
And there is also, like, I don't know if the ambushes do take place or not. Okay. And we'll use herbs to remove this debuff.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
And because we know that the boss is here, we'll come prepared.
Right. The promise of
Yes. Also, I only now saw that they have different tails, meaning the Warlord and Impaler, and both of them have the ability to hit 2 times, one with stress, one with the main attack. So I would like to get rid of the Impaler because he can poison. Wait just a second. No. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot. The Boobity RNG will going to hit me hard.
Grievous injury, palpable fear.
This is quite difficult.
How quickly the tide turns.
S, dodge. Don't forget about stress management. As well as healing. Okay, one down.
Slowly, gently.
Only one of them to go.
Our life is taken.
Boy, do they hit a lot. Like, they apply stress, they use AoE attacks, they blight, they crit. It's like everything that everybody has is on those two. Yeah, bring bleed was actually a great idea here. He hit a lot. Okay. Rebuff. It's a little bit better than the previous run, don't you think? Just a little bit.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Okay, now let's hope that we're not gonna run into enemies. And we will need one battle where we can stress and fully heal up. We still have the buffs for healing. Yeah, Jester here is one of the great targets that can stress heal. One of the greater targets. Yeah, this might be the time for us to stress heal. Not if she gonna get miss. Okay. He still can heal with his own ability. That's not the worst thing that could have happened. Now he will go into spam healing ability. Yes, at least one stun.
Continue the onslaught.
And a crit.
Destroy them all. Ringing ears. Blurred vision.
Okay, no matter what, we need to do a stress heal here. I'm gonna stress heal Flagellant, and with Flagellant stress heal someone else.
Inspiration and improvement. The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
They don't really give me a good time when it comes to stress healing, though. However, no, it's good. If we can land a stun, yes, it's even better.
Precision
Why?
and power.
Damn it.
Foolish horrors.
It's
Driven into the mud.
It's okay that it's crit, but not okay. I wonder, will it be in the up room or will it be in the room that is below, like here? I'm gonna go down, but I have an idea that that's not the right, not the right way. And we need to get rid of the pillar.
Quickens. Eradicated.
Leaving pillar with its enormous damage is the worst thing you can do. Actually, they all have quite high damage.
A singular strike.
I'm gonna buff another one. And then stress heal. Okay, so you'll heal.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
And we'll focus down one of the priests. If it's possible. To at least try to kill him now. Yeah, this run is a little bit better than the previous one. let's just hope and do everything that we can to make this run a success. It's still not enough to take him down. But this is. And also one of the fights with Templars will be without buffs.
A decisive pummeling.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate that the bleeding didn't proc. If the zombie is the only one who remains... Yes, like this. Now it will gonna give me time to heal up. And remove stress. At least like 1 or 2 turns I should have enough time to do so. Okay, so...
A momentary abatement.
Okay.
This expedition at least promises success.
Once again, I do not... I still have the campfire buff, so we don't need to worry about it. Let's just hope that this room is the room with the altar. Yes. And what? They have low HP, but something tells me that if I kill them, something nasty is going to happen. Or if I don't kill that, something nasty is going to happen. Like, I'm not sure anymore. Venomous, so... And a mark. And what is this? A crit.
Cannot be left unanswered.
Great. Now I'm just gonna heal. And direct heal, to be exact.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
I might even have to slide in with Jester. And what should we do here? Can we try to get a lucky stun? No. Okay, they use Banish. I want to get in front. Now we'll have to work with what we have.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Oh boy.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Okay, that's... Yeah, I'll have to do this. And keep stacking bleed on him. And meanwhile... Just gonna try to... do as much as I can. Well, at least it's not like one target that... And also... Good thing that the stress is going like this, because I can just with Jester remove stress from the flagellant. Okay, so the nasty target is down, now it's only the two. Okay, now this is far better. Now they can only do this attack. Okay then. So no one pretty much has stress. And it's healing time. 6 damage per 5 turns. Yeah, it hurts. Okay, how about we remove at least one of those? As long as they will use Violent Hack, it's okay. Because it doesn't do much. Okay, fixing the rotation. As well as just healing up. Yes. Will not be able to get out of this dungeon with like full HP, but almost full is already more than less than half. Okay. So
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
we're going back now. We still have food. Yes. We still have food and our stress level is at manageable level. Manageable amount. Finally we can start like appreciate backgrounds. Doesn't it look nice? A gorgeous view. Do. All thanks to our dear narrator. And his excavations. I smell double guard here. That's going to be annoying.
Well struck.
That's why we'll stun at least one priest.
Diminished.
And we have campfire. If something, we have campfire. Not all hopes are lost. Yeah, he will waste a turn to guard him, but he is already dead next turn. I don't think we need another battle blade, but yeah, let's stress heal. The less stress, the better. Oh, you... Wait, that's not fair. You can only heal the one who you...
Masterfully executed.
Damn you. Okay, one of them will die. But I will receive unnecessary damage. Okay.
Powerful blow.
Okay. Crits are great. Every time they will crit, it's... we will crit, not them.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
To be completely honest, battle team in this dungeon, in my opinion, is the best one out of previous ones. It might be just me, but it really is great in comparison to all the previous ones. It has that epicness vibe in it. Okay, they don't give us...
Push on to the task's end.
I'm really grateful with crits, but they do not give us opportunity to stress heal. Oh, defensive growth. So remember this defensive growth with the first boss? It puts guard and it buffs damage. Yeah, this is a buff for damage and crit, for crit and accuracy. Damn, 2 bleeds didn't connect. Can a stun connect? Yes. At least something good out of the bad situation, because they have a high crit chance. And the fact that it is boosted by this peeler is actually quite bad. Yes, just decimate them with crits. Destroy them. I wonder if the pillar is on its own, what will it do? Okay, nothing to be afraid of. We finally got ourselves a team that can do it. You can do it, guys. This 1 HP is a troublesome thing, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so only one target remains. No worry, Flagellant can use his healing ability. Which will bring him almost up to full. Can we stun you? No. And we can't even force you to bleed. Unfortunate. But it's not the end of the world.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Okay, so here's probably the boss. Let's use camp.
Huddled together, furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
It still would have been nice to know whether or not I can get ambushed. In this dungeon. Let's check it out. No, we did not get ambushed. This might be just luck, but at the same time, it might be not just luck. Okay. So let's go into the boss battle. No, this is not the boss battle. I got robbed. And it heals them.
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
That stun was really unfortunate. I want to get rid of the first pillar. A wall that already puts guard is guarded by a zombie. Hello, I'm the younger one. We are streaming different games with my brother. He is more into Grim Dawn. Those games are similar in the atmosphere department. Okay, so it's time to once again stun. Oh, this encounter is unnecessarily long. Maybe with triple buff to crit we can actually finish it. Then again, maybe not. Finally. So now it should be easier. Yeah, it's a roguelike with a turn-based system. Interesting game. A game that allows you to take as much time planning your every move as you want, because there is no timer for your turns. Okay, the faster we gonna finish this battle, the better. So we cannot go for a stun because it's guarded by the pillar with the high stun resist. Right. fight. In that case, we'll just clear the backline first. If they won't allow us to simply kill the front first, we are going for the backline. I wonder where the boss can be. He is not here, he is either in the upper area or to the left. There's so many new mechanics this dungeon provides that haven't been seen previously.
A dizzying blow to body and brain.
Yeah, having Jester to deal with all of the stress is a superb idea. Okay, finally. No more pillars, no more guards.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
Yeah, the idea to bring the squad with damage over time, as well as
Destroyed.
stress heal in form of Jester and buffs was
A trifling victory,
the best one.
but a victory nonetheless.
Oh wow, a lot of stuff. Anti-relic. Okay, so those rooms were connected, one with another. So it's more like mini squares. We might run into one more battle before the boss fight. Would you look at this? It had to be pillars. Well, at least one of them died swiftly. And now it's time to get rid of the rest. If we will not crit, then it will be. If we will, then it will be easy. Something happened with my party that they are just critting left and right today. I mean, I take it. It helps me a lot. And yes, I was wrong about the Templars. It's not 6 Templars, because downwards, where the first altar was, we only fight 2. We fought 2 Templars. Next fight was against a Templar and 2 bats, things that look like bats. I wonder what's the last encounter is going to be like. Okay, so nobody has stress. Unbelievable.
A momentary abatement. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Okay, so we do still have... Is it here? That's the question. Let's check it out. Yes. And a new enemies, Flesh Hound. That are again applying stress.
Annihilated.
Yes, and they are vulnerable to bleed. Stun or heal? Let's go for stun. Unlucky. Lucky. Lucky in this game, lucky and unlucky comes hand in hand together. Yeah, bleeds and crits saved me in this dungeon. And only a Templar left. And another crit. That's vengeance for the fallen comrade. So yeah, as you can see, when you figure out what kind of combinations do you need to bring for the certain levels of this dungeon, it turns out to be not super hard. It's still hard, but not that hard.
Monstrous size has no.
And Helion is an MVP here.
Inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue?
Okay. There might be something there, but... do I feel like even going there? No, I don't. I mean, we got a new relic also. But we won't be able to... ignore stealth. Play stuff. That's good. The only... Oh, it will help me with, like, farming.
Maniacal cultists are quelled for a time, but there can be no celebration. Your progress is measured only in progressive realization and dawning horror. You are in the shadow of the end.
Quite inspiring words from narrator. Yeah. Inspirational. And as you can see, already 6 people from my... let me show, like 6 people from the 6th levels cannot participate, meaning that I'm left now with Plague Doctor, with a healer, a highwayman, another Hellion, Shieldbreaker, and Leper. So yes, our... Ballet? Oh, you mean this nickname? I don't even know. The game just gave it to me. It's a sort of random. It's a weird name. Especially considering, like, Plague Doctor, I believe it's a woman. So yeah. Very... grand. Yep. The game is giving some of the weird nicknames. You can always, like, change them if you really like. Give them nicknames that you want. You can do this. Yeah, as far as I realized, they do this once you enter into the Darkest Dungeon, and I believe beat like first level of it, you'll start to see the world in its true shape. Meaning that portraits change and you see that the characters aren't actually human, they are more like monsters, and not only characters in your party, but also the NPCs in pretty much all of the buildings, even the guy who sells you like resources for your quests, even he is looking like a monster now. Okay, finally the game is starting to give me level... Yeah, as you can see, it was... Jester was like normal, then like a monster. Is there any way we can actually grab ourselves a level 2 abomination? Not really. Okay. Let's also see what the Darkest Dungeon says now. Belly of the Beast. Your enemy is vast, sprawling, and must be destroyed from within. Slug through the twisted maze and find your way in to its throbbing heart. Activate one Locust Beacon. And hey, would you look at this? Back before we had, as you can see, short dungeons, long dungeons, medium dungeons, and now exhausting dungeons. And exhausting dungeons give you 4 campfires, not 2, not 1, 4. Wow. But for today's run, we are probably going to do like one more short or medium dungeon. Yes, let's do a medium veteran dungeon as a sort of a conclusion for today's stream. It would actually be a good idea. We need a Vestal. Yeah, in like 15 minutes we will be ending the stream. Okay, I'm gonna grab her and a frontliner. His stream will be tomorrow. Schedule for the streams is as follows. You can find it on Twitch and our social medias. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring an Abomination. Their skills are leveled up. And are kinda good. Yep. Camping skills they also have. Let's just give them needed items. Oh, and it's also interesting that we had 4 of these talismans and now we have only 3. One talisman just went away. Okay, so the stress. Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to check it out and see if there is a problem with that after we'll finish the stream. Maybe there is some sort of a mistake. Okay, so unholy damage and what also? Let's give him the stick. And I would like to give him Ancestor map and... where is it? Light skill chance... He should be able to hit them anyway, so... His speed is kinda bad though. Oh, anyway, we'll give him more of a defensive approach. And as for the Plague Doctor... something with minus stress and probably stun resist. Yeah, this should be good. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, like, as I was saying, the NPCs are also changing. Okay, that should be good. Let's go. In any way, like, we haven't managed to beat the second level of the Darkest Dungeon on our first attempt, but we managed to do it.
Collect the scattered scraps of faith and give comfort to the masses.
But we managed to do it on the second attempt. Okay, Holy Lance is not gonna work here because he's standing in front.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear. Precision and power.
Yeah, we shouldn't face any difficulty at all here. We're still gonna play it safe though, because safety wins the day in the end.
Gently. This is how a life is taken.
I think to remember about crossbowmen's, marksmen's, they don't do much when they are in first and second position. So if you have
Passion is a rarity in the fevered
a way
pitch of
to get them into those
slow death,
mentioned positions,
foreseen,
they will only use
unforgiving.
bayonet jabs. And they do almost no damage.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden. A death by inches.
and scouting. We got scouting because we have an ancestor map relic. Relic that gives you scouting chance.
Staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Okay, let's just take gold once again. But yeah, even the darkest dungeon, like the last dungeon of the main campaign, is all about just you knowing what to do. Like, it's like that for a reason. It's just the fact that they don't give you sort of a learning curve for you to know what exactly to expect. They just throw you there. You have to guess on your own, like on your own fails. Or if you don't want to, just check it out on the internet. I didn't, and that's why it's tough for me right now.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage. Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
The really great benefit of like playing without these sort of online guides and stuff is that you experience the game in its true fashion without someone guiding your hand. It's most certainly difficult, but then again, this game is supposed to be difficult. And
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
roguelike genre of this game is supposed to be like this. When it's not really easy, but it's not necessarily super difficult.
Destroyed.
And currently, to my list of the most tough dungeons, I add to the first place the darkest dungeon itself. Because it managed to impress me so much and to give me so much headache that other dungeons were never able to do, to even remotely
The light,
come
promise of safety.
to this level of difficulty. We will see what the DLC is going to impress us with.
A faint hope blossoms.
Hope we will not get disappointed.
Vigor is restored. press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
It's so nice to bring those damage over time characters. Holy Relic. A surviving trophy from the past. Oh, it's a quest item, and that's the first time I encountered this particular relic. Okay, so the map didn't show us much. The scouting didn't show us much either. Another holy relic.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
I believe we're not even going to use camp. Reason being, we don't actually need it.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Like, so far, I played this game for quite some time. I can really say that characters that are versatile, meaning that
Impressive.
characters that do provide support as well as being able to do damage or stress heals are really valuable, such as Plague Doctor or even Abomination, like Abomination or Flagellant. Flagellant was like healing so much in that dungeon that it's actually like it was actually kind of great to have him there. Get his healings on himself and on the other target.
Well struck.
A huge role also is played like preference, I mean personal preference. Somebody would like to use different strategy that I was using, and it's okay because this game, I'm gonna repeat itself, this game is very versatile in your approach to beat, to overcome certain difficulties. Everyone has their own opinion, so to speak. Okay, we will throw firewood, we don't need it. And the quest is complete, but I want to explore a bit more. Because there's like almost half a dungeon unchecked. Maybe a secret room. We'll find a secret room. Maybe not. Okay.
Curious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Okay, there is pretty much nothing there, which means we'll just grab this torch. And we'll move back to that room with that treasure. There's also an enemy spawned here.
May we find victory.
I was thinking that it would be Collector. We haven't seen him in quite some time. Using an AoE attack there so that Flagellant can finish one of those targets. Not the Flagellant, Abomination.
Eradicated.
Yeah, just being capable of stacking so much damage over time.
Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Later on we will be focusing more on busts, deeds, and all that good stuff to keep building the stuff that we wanted to build. Primarily I want to get the building for Vestal. For her heal plus 10% healing skills. It may be like plus 1 more damage, then plus 1 more heal on AoE heals, but it's still good. Especially if will get to the Death's Door. It will help a lot. Okay, they stressed him quite a lot. Let me remove it. Good thing we can do it pretty fast with Crusader and Abomination's stress reduction abilities. In the meantime, while we are doing that, we will just blight the Bone Bulwark. And he will slowly die from blight. It's so great when you really find those opportunities to perform these actions. The less stress you have, just better overall. See, he is almost out of stress. Great.
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
And we finished. It's this curio pile of books. We are finished.
Tokens of hope, recovered from the encroaching dark.
Unfortunately, they got diseased pretty heavily. Thus, they will have to get the stink removed.
Faith-fueled charity. It will not last.
And we get free stress heal in Abbey. Problem is, we have no one to stress heal, so it's kinda useless. Okay, so their diseases will be removed. And this is going to be it. This is going to be it for today's stream. I really appreciate all of those who watched me today and are doing so consistently. Thank you everyone for participating, for chatting, for asking questions. I had fun, like despite the fact that game was brutally difficult today, I still had fun. And I hope you did the same. You had the same opportunity to relax and just enjoy the stream. If you'd like, you can always subscribe, follow us on social medias, Twitter, Facebook, on the YouTube, Twitch. This will allow you to be up to date with all of the information that we have to share with you. You will be able to revisit previous parts that you haven't seen or just want to watch them again. And that's it on that part. You can also, if you really like the content, if you want to support us, you can do this by using the Patreon link that is placed right beneath the Twitch stream. Those of you who wish to do it, you will receive perks, bonuses, a lot of good stuff will be given to you, and you will be the one who will help us improve the quality of the streams and videos that you and the others are like to watch. We are willing to push the quality bar higher, and over time we will do it. We are kind of new to this whole streaming thing, so we are still learners. But even so, we still want to perform even better than before. That's pretty much it. As in terms of schedules, everything can be found on social medias and on Twitch page, so that you will know when I am streaming, when my brother is streaming. I will be sure to check if there is an error with the streaming schedule, and if there is, I will fix it. So that's pretty much it for the conclusion to today's stream. Once again, thank you everyone. Hope you will come next time. Have a great day, have a great weekend, and I will see you in the next Twitch stream of The Darkest Dungeon. Have a nice day. Bye.